Okay, hi. For some reason, the audio wasn't accepting from the microphone, which is really weird. Hello. Let me go ahead and turn down the music here. There we go. Also, I have the baby. The baby is here. You can see here a little bit better. I also have the desk prepped for some pruning that's going to happen. But for right now, I have the baby. And I'm just going to let her chill over here for a second. Also, like, my feet hurt. My feet hurt. I've been running around doing things around the house this morning. I finally had the time to do things other than writing my book. And I took the moment to just sweep everything, do some dishes, whatever I could think of I could do before stream started. And my feet are tired. But when I'm doing pruning for today, I'm going to, oh geez, the thought flew away from me. When I do pruning, I will be standing. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, and I just want to say thank you to the people who had followed in between streams. Thank you, Jordals Turtles. Thank you, Bosanj. And thank you, Divine Greetings by Christine. Thank you for following. That's really, really sweet that you decided to keep tabs on me, and wanted to be part of this community. Thank you for joining in. Really appreciate it. So I did do a Final Fantasy VII makeup day. Not Final Fantasy VII, oh my goodness. A Final Fantasy IX makeup day because I was just really tired on Sunday and I just really needed to rest. I was spending a lot of time, working on my book. And I know it's not physically demanding, but mentally it was taxing. And I was kind of a little bit stressed out because of the storms and everything. And Sunday it was just raining. It wasn't thundering or lightning or anything like that. And I thought, maybe I could just do a stream or whatever, and I just couldn't bring myself to do a stream on Sunday. I just took the time to just chill and relax and focus on other things that I want to do. And boy, do I really need that downtime. So the Final Fantasy IX game stuff will continue this coming Saturday. Today's a very special day. There's going to be no tarot unless I actually have the time after stream. I may switch over to tarot later. Today is just pruning some citrus trees, getting them ready for the rest of the spring season. And as you can see here, I have them ready to go. And I will be pruning them shortly. I just really want to rest my feet before I start standing again. But no, things have been really nice this week. I was really happy. I was able to work a little bit more on my book, where I was able to make the time to let me back up a little bit. I usually try to set a goal every day except for my rest days, and on the days I stream I try to write before I stream, which is why it's a later timeline than I normally would do it. And I was able to shoot for the word count I normally would have on this day, on yesterday. So instead of trying to do my writing today, I was able to do it yesterday. So I have a little bit of a reprieve, and it just feels nice to have a little break from my writing, just a little bit, because I was able to make up the difference. I have achieved 80K words in this novel. It's technically a novel now. I'm still hashing out the very, very end. It's coming along in ways that I just did not expect, which is nice. I'm going to continue writing out the ending at this pace. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I won't get things done by April, but I know the first week of April I should finish the first draft of the third book. When things are finished from the publisher, I probably will announce the title. It's a little bit shocking, but I think it's shocking in a good way. It's going to be quite a venture away from the other 2 titles I had in my Zebra Fox series. And then in April, I will be editing my second book with the publishing editors. So hopefully this time around it will be a very smooth and productive process. It never ends. It never ends. I hope it will be a good editing session. I have a lot of reservations going into it. Just because, the first one was just very rough for me. So hopefully this will be a good one. So that's where I'm at with my book stuff right now. Second book is ready with the editors. Me and the editors will work on it. Oh God, in April. April's just around the corner, and I'll be finished with the first draft of the third book in a couple of weeks. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm trying not to push myself. I'm trying to reward myself when I achieve my goals. I'm just trying my best not to push myself for the rest of this month and just not experience exhaustion and burnout simply because I have to do a quick turnaround and work on the editing shortly after I'm done with this. So trying to pace myself while I'm doing all of this. This will be a good reminder to all of you, especially those who are really new to this stream and to the YouTube stuff. When I'm editing with the publishers from Four Horsemen Publications, I will go dark on socials. I won't be posting. I won't do stream. Whatever postings that I have that's on YouTube, it's just automatic. Something I already had scheduled in the events. At events, not in the events. Anyway, I will be focusing entirely on editing because it does take all of my time and effort to get things done. And the sooner I get through that editing process, the sooner it gets back to them. That's how it's going to work out. There you go, sweetie. Yeah. Okay, so I think I could go ahead and just start pruning. This is something that was kind of requested quite a bit from my my plant enthusiastic folks who are just as enthusiastic about plants as I am, where I'm going to go ahead and start, showcasing stuff from my my garden and everything. I'm going to move this here. No, I'm probably going to do this. Hold on. I don't know what I'm going to do. This is my first time I'm streaming any of this. There we go. I think that's better, right? I think that's better. Okay. That should be okay. If I just put my face camera down here, you can see my face. Okay, jeez. What am I gonna do? Oh, is that as far as it's gonna go? Oh, jeez. You will see my chin. Oh my gosh. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Okay. Because there's no way, bro. There's no way. Oh. Maybe if I do it this way? Okay, there we go. If I just lower the back thing, you guys can see me on my face camera. Okay. In fact, I probably will take this off. Alright. Let me go ahead and get my tools. Also, if y'all want to have me change the music, do let me know. Or, you know what? You guys are used to seeing a face camera here this way, right? Mariah. Are you wanting the seat? What do you want? No. Yes, I'm gonna do a lot of pruning. No, I didn't mean to touch your ear that way. That's weird. I'm sorry. And for those who are really new, this is Blondie. She shows up on the stream often, except for when I do tarot. She really doesn't like the loud sounds from tarot, from me shuffling the tarot cards. Oh yeah, like, you're gonna see that. How are you gonna see this? How? Oh my god. How are we gonna show this? Okay. This is one of my trees. This is one of my citrus trees. This is a lime tree that I have. My god, I didn't realize how tall this is gonna be. Since you can see my face. I don't know how. Like, there's a reason why all those videos of people doing gardening, like, it's so far away, you could, like, see everything. It's because this is pretty huge. Like, this is what it would look like here. This is the whole tree. And I know it's really hard for you to see here. Maybe this will help a little bit. No. We're just gonna have to deal. Somehow. Alright. So, I know for sure I need to get rid of all of this dead wood. These trees usually hang out in the back porch of the house, and between the high winds that will just funnel through there and the squirrels, this gets beaten up quite a bit, and some of the branches had died back to deal with the punishment that was going on, and thankfully it was able to do some amazing growth. Like, this is a tall baby. This is a tall lime tree. So I'm just going to take care of the dead branches right off the bat. And this is probably going to be difficult to do, because I'm going to try my best to showcase where I'm cutting these things. Oh, that didn't feel good. Let me use a different one. I'm so glad I have all these different tools. Okay, so I'm just getting rid of the dead. There we go. I'm gonna try my best to showcase what I'm doing. I had these trees forever. Well, not forever, but like a good 5 years or so. That's my only issue with this, is I get pinched. I'm probably not holding it right. There we go. All right. I need to clean my tools. But this is about 5 years old. Oh, maybe I chose the wrong tool. Or maybe I just need to grease them. Well, that's disappointing. There we go. And we got this really long dead branch here that we're going to get rid of. I was working at Lowe's a long time ago. Either I was working at Lowe's or I was finally working with a plant merchandising company that serviced Lowe's, and I saw like a wonderful sale on citrus trees, and I just nabbed them up, one of each, and I was just super happy to go ahead and get it. Okay, I may not be able to reach it by that way. So it's gonna have to stick out like this. This is what it looks like, kind of up close. That whole dead branch just hanging there. Oh, my nose is getting me. Ugh. Alrighty. I technically need to go ahead and cut this off, but I don't think I have the right tool for it right now. Well, hold on. Let me see if I do. Nope. Nope. Nope, I don't. At this time, I don't. And you know what? I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna deal with it. And this lime tree was wonderful in producing a lot of lime fruits. It was really great. I really enjoyed them. I did save some of the lime juice in the lime container that I had, and I think they tossed it. I'm not sure. Because it doesn't have preservatives. Like, you have to use up the lime juice or like put some sort of preservative on it, otherwise it would go bad. Okay, so we got a really nice big branch we could like get rid of. Oh no, that's really awful. Oh no. Oh, that was not a clean cut. Poor thing. I'm gonna try to neaten that up. I'm not a professional landscaper. I'm just a enthusiast, a fan. I mean, these branches are dead, you know. It's not going to hurt the tree if I have a little bit of extra coming out. It's just going to be unsightly. Okay. Let me go ahead and put a face cam here so y'all can see me. There we go. So it's like right here. Then I need to cut it. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it where it's beneficial for me, not for the chat. Jeez. There we go. One here. Oh, let me go ahead and get this one. That's like way down here. Guys, you really can't see what's really happening here. There we go. We are. And there's also a dead branch way over here. There you go. You can see this one sticking out. I love gardening. It gives me a sense of peace. I could concentrate on something else that I feel like I have some creative control over. Just like I do with my book writing, but it gives me a chance to like go outside away from my desk, and it has nothing to do with social media. And I find it very, very relaxing. I mean, it has its share of difficulties, for sure. But this is something I like to do to treat myself. Trying my best to like get the best angle so y'all can see. There we are. I may have to get up close here. So can you guys see? Yeah. Gonna go in here. Also, terribly sorry this is all out of focus for a lot of you. This is not a good camera for you know what, let me switch cameras. This could be like my face cam. Let me change it up here where it can be more of my face cam. And this, okay, so we're going to switch where this what we can do, oh geez, camera work, computer work, there we go. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Okay, there it is. My computer is having a fit. There we go. Work with me. Oh geez, it's not wanting to move my mouse. There we go. Just want to see, save. Then make this. There we are. So we could have this as my face camera, and then I could just turn this around. That way you could see the more intricate details that I'm doing. It has better resolution. Yay! There we go. Okay, so we got the face camera up here, and then we have this, and this needs to be this way. There we go. That way you can see what's going on here. Awesome. I feel so much better now. Alrighty. I'm getting rid of the dead branches. Let me see if there's any here. this is a little bit too low for y'all to see, so let me do that. Okay, there's going to be some things you're not able to see very well. Okay, that looks good for now. Okay. Okay, you're gonna have to go for the face camera for this one. This is just a very tall boy. There we go. Let me make sure. There we go. I like using Pandora for my music because they actually do pay the artist, unlike Spotify. But it is a curated radio. And I have to click the ones that I like hearing. Okay. That will take care of all the excess dead wood. I normally will trim the top, bring it down so it's a little bit more rounded. But I'm going to check to see what other stuff I need to remove, like suckers or anything like that. So, let me look up a guide real quick. I collect a lot of things on my Pinterest, which I will be showcasing stuff on Pinterest more. All of my past graphics I had used on Instagram, I probably will throw it on there. Maybe we'll link it to my books or something, or like my link tree, and that way if you do like Pinterest a lot, you will see all my old stuff that I accumulated over time from all my other social media stuff. Oops. I also put together my boards about each character from the book. Just so y'all, if you ever want to do fan fiction, you could like figure out where I'm coming from for each character and the general vibes of who they are, what they represent, etc. There we are. There's the garden Pinterest. I know I'll find it somewhere. I need to organize my Pinterest. That's probably what I'm going to do tonight. Let's go through it and make sure everything's all hunky-dory. Oh, I love this. There we go. That's fig trees. We're looking at normal trees. If I could find it. Ooh, and I have been growing some avocado seeds. I have 3 of them that I'm starting, and hopefully they will sprout pretty soon. So I can't wait for that. Okay, that's a lot of orchids stuff that I saved. Where's my tree section? Here we go. Oh, that's how you prune a fig tree. That's not what I want. Or here we go. I probably could click on here. That's a fig. Let me see if I could get to a proper one. That's figs. Okay, so I'm in the wrong category. There we are. There's maintenance or detailing. Oh, what am I doing today? Okay, let me save this. Real quick, there we go. To my garden page. Okay, so we removed any dead branches. None of the branches here are broken. Crossing branches or pruning out one of the branches. Oh yeah, branches that are crossing into another branch. So far, this is fine. This is by itself. Now it's just looking at this dude here. This may eventually cross over. This one is not crossing into anything yet. And this is doing fine on its own, so that is good. And this is not crossing into anything. So this is good. No crossing over. Remove suckers, water sprouts, and most competing branches growing straight up into the tree. Well, that would be hard. Water shoots. Oh, water shoots don't have leaves on it, don't they? And suckers. I don't think I have suckers on here, so I'm fine. This was the axis right here, and this became the new axis. And I'm thinking of just keeping it for now. Technically, this should have been not axis, the apex. This right here should be the apex, and it's not. It was selected differently. I don't think I have any issues with water sprouts right now. I think that's not a problem. Oh, here we go. It talks more about water sprouts. Also known as water shoots, overly vigorous new shoots that grow at an alarming rate vertically straight up towards the sky. Easy to identify as they stand up for the rest of the tree's usual growth. If left unpruned, water shoots will grow to become an extension of the main trunk, ruin the tree shape. That may be what happened here. That may end up what happened here, but no, I don't think so. Oh well, it became the new shape right here. If left unpruned, prune out water shoots completely, cut them back a few buds to use when then create new growth. Okay, so I don't have any issues. I don't mind having water shoots. This is not this is not going to be a highly functional, citrus trees. I'm not going to create a major orchard with them. These are just something that are going to hang out in my like summer room if I ever get a summer room someday in my dream home Barbie house. Let's see. But if I do have suckers, or like not suckers, or like water shoots in the other tree, I probably will bring it back down to 3 buds and like see if it like branches out properly from there. Pruning to maintain. Let's see. Fruit trees are trained to various shapes, such as a vase, which is what we kind of have here. This is loosely a vase shape. We have 4 main branches here that are extending out from a circle. So we do have a vase with this lime tree. Once trained into a chosen form, the tree shapes needs to be maintained. The next step of the pruning involves removing competing branches that disrupt the tree shape. Okay, well, I'm not worried about that too much. Remove inwardly growing branches on a tree shaped prune to... I can't speak. Remove inwardly grown branches on a tree prune to a vase shape, or remove additional leaders growing on a central leading shaped tree. I don't have a leading shaped tree. I technically have a vase, and it's about keeping the center empty. Yep, there it is. In the next paragraph, it's important to keep the center of vase-proof tree fairly open to allow light in for more even fruit ripening, which is why this buddy did so well last year. And to reduce the likelihood of fungal diseases, which results from poor air circulation when the leaves stay wet overnight, which, we get a lot of overnight rains where I live. Maintaining a single leader on a central leading tree is critical for easy maintenance. Now, we're not pruning, or maybe we are pruning to renew the wood. Hold on. I say that this is fairly open right here. I have no obstructions when I put my fist through it. This is a very openly section here. There's no crossover. There's no competition. In fact, if I really want to, I could trim this very, very, very top part. If I really want to, if I feel like it's coming in a little bit too hard, which I might do eventually, but I don't see it as a problem. More than anything, I'm looking to reduce the size of this tree. It really got too tall. Once all the damaged wood is removed and the competing branches are cleaned up to preserve the shape, then the third step is to prune to renew the fruiting wood and reduce the size of the tree. Okay, we're almost there. Reducing the size of the tree make it more manageable when spraying, netting, and harvesting. Yeah. Simple rule for pruning fruit trees is to cut back all the new growth by half to an outward facing bud, making the cut at a 45 angle, a 1/4 inch above the outward facing bud. Depending on the length of the new growth, it can be cut back as little as 1/3 or as much as 2/3 to the fruiting branches to a manageable length. When fruit trees are not pruned, many display a pattern of biennial cropping, which is what I'm dealing with right now. where they produce lots of very small fruit in one year and almost no fruit in the following year. This is what's happening right now with my lime. I'm dealing with biennial cropping. To prevent them exhausting their energy reserves, which I will be putting more feed and fertilizer from here on out for the fruiting trees. I used to just fertilize them a long maintenance feed once a year, but I think I'm going to just do it twice a year, just because they have been fruiting over the winter. In fact, this lime tree is fruiting right now. Yeah, I think you can see it as I like scrape my hand on it. There we go. You could kind of see it right here with that stamen, that little white part. There's a little tiny green circle with a little white part. That's a lime fruit just beginning to grow, which is cool. Let's see. They were talking about fruit thinning. And they're talking about new growth is cut back to half. My problem is that I don't remember my new growth. I just don't remember. So what I'm going to take from all of this I'm just going to bring every major branch and just cut back a quarter of it, especially this one right here, because it's humongously tall. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So let me measure how big this is. Oh jeez. "20.5 inches for this whole branch, roughly, to get to the very tippy top. So if I want to do a quarter of it, I have to take 5 inches off. So that would be like about right here, which is hard for y'all to see. It's like right here. I measure it way, yeah, it's gonna be like right here. There we are. I may try to create another tree from this. I'm gonna see if I could do it. And maybe I could get a new growth from it. And I'm also going to do the same with this little dude here. Oh wait, I'm supposed to trim it to the outward bud. Okay, well, let me get a different one for this. At a 45-degree angle, which is what you normally do with roses anyway, but for this, it's just guiding the branches Oh, wait. No. I did it right. That is the one branch I want. Or I should say bud that I want. So let me make sure it is a 45. There we go. And there's that other one that I need. And that's another one I'm keeping. There we go. I got into dealing with trees because of bonsai. I attempt to do bonsai for several years, and I always fail because all the bonsai literature had said you had to prune them monthly. And I have a tendency to go a little extreme with my pruning, and the shock will kill the little tree. And I learned to just back off, especially with these citrus trees, and just let the tree do its thing, and then I once a year, prune it and just maintain it and just let it happen. I'll have some proper bonsai trees. Now I learned so much from working with these normal, normal citrus trees. What was I thinking? Not tropical, not hedge. Topiary. These can be topiary trees if you don't want to have them produce any fruit. You could do it in a topiary style. Since I'm trying to get them to produce fruit because I enjoy seeing it, and sometimes I will collect the fruit that they produce. Okay, so we're gonna need a 12 here. Well, actually, no, that's not the tallest. This is the tallest. What was I thinking? So I'm trying to prune it in a way that is productive instead of topiary. But because of the topiary method of pruning, you're just kind of dealing with the rough shape of the tree and let the tree just grow and be a little bit loose, and then you just prune once a year. Just backing off and allowing the tree to be pruned at a non-high maintenance rate made me really appreciate the trees more. Okay, so 16. So I'm looking at, if I want to do a quarter of this, make it at a 12. Hold on. Let me just make this a 4. Just look at it. So it seems ridiculous now that I'm using a tape measure to figure things out. Okay, there it is. But it's worth it. They'll be able to produce fruit better if I do. Okay, and that also has to go. So everything is going to go here off of this branch because that is the most outer that I'm going to use. There we go. And that's another potential sapling I could try to grow from. And from here, I could just kind of eyeball where everything is. Okay. There we go. All right. These are kind of hitting the same height as the rest. And this one's just a little bit tall, but I'm not going to try to bring it down. So for right now, I'm just leaving these alone. These front two here, because they're a little bit on the short side. And I'm just going to encourage them to grow. And just leave it be. So this is what it looks like now. Now that it's all pruned, we have a little bit more on the top. It's a nice open vase shape that's still going on. It's a little bit uneven because, you know, this is just ridiculously tall. And I could try to prune it a little bit more. But for now, it's just going to be a little bit uneven with the rest of the tree. But eventually, I'll bring it down where it has a nice uniform shape. Just trying to work with the tree and not to, like, overtax it. Or actually, since I'm not pruning this, I could prune a little bit more here if I really want to. And it's about like what, every 4 inches that it's been dealing with. Let me check. Ooh, 8 inches. We'll bring it right here, and that will remove most of these. That will remove a whole hunk of a branch. So I'd rather not. I'll just keep it open vase. It'll just be a very uneven open vase kind of situation. But eventually it'll come around. So I probably will stage it where this is like the back side here, and everything else is just going to be forward, and maybe that will help take care of things. So, alrighty. Now they talk about fruit thinning, cutting off all the individual fruit from the tree as they begin to form. It's tedious. Da, 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 da. Oh, by doing this, we're thinning the fruit. Right. That's okay. And they're just cutting why we do this, and also cutting back to a new leader. Apricot should not be pruned in winter. We're not in winter. This is not an apricot. Some trees can't be pruned the regular way, which is the fixed persimmons and pomegranates. Eventually, I would like to have one. I would love to have a fig. That would be so cool to have. But that means I would have to have wasps in order to have pollinating figs, which will be really sad for me. So that's the lime. Ooh, and y'all get to see this new little blossom that's trying to grow. So that's a nice treat. Let me go ahead and put this away. And later on tonight, it's going to get some water because, no, excuse me, that's pretty intense for the trees. And let me see, yeah, there's no root, so there's no need for me to like redo the roots. But this is what it looks like after it's done being pruned. It's got a little haircut. That's tree number 1. Tree number 2 is a lot worse. In fact, let me clean up my desk before I continue. Look at all the dead branches we had to get rid of. I'm seriously going to have them set up where they're just going to stay indoors and not have them deal with the elements outside, because it's getting a little ridiculous for them to deal with all that weather. And these are potentially new shoots. So let me go ahead and take care of these real quick. I may just showcase how I'm going to try to do some root growth hormone in the sec. So after I'm done with all the prunings, I'm going to go ahead and probably put these in a pot once I have everything all set up. But let me go ahead and put these away real quick, and I'm going to label it so no one's going to touch them. Or you know what? Let me put it here. I just don't trust my family to leave them alone. I mean, they mean well, but they think that, oh, I had to clean up after her, and they have a tendency to throw things away. And I just don't want them to throw it away. Alright, let me bring out the lemon. And let me also put a Kleenex over it so I know which sapling is coming from which. Alright, there we are. So this is more of a mess. Okay. As you can see, this is not a vase shape. This is kind of like your old bonsai shape. Sort of. It's just kind of left to grow at its own devices, and it is out of shape. And that's what I'm dealing with here with this lime tree. Or lemon tree. This one had a very rough winter. it was needing nutrients, and I kept giving it nutrients, and it was able to put out new growth, but it had a very rough one. But all the growth here are these nice floppy ones that I have. It's kind of hard to see. Really hard to see because it's just a huge mess compared to the lime tree. So I don't see any dead branches, but I do see a lot of crossovers. I see this one crossing over here, or at least trying to, so let me go ahead and get rid of it. Oh, fun fact, everyone, lemon trees have thorns. Just letting you all know. So if you look at a lemon tree and see thorns, don't be surprised. That's really normal for limes to have that. Okay, I don't see crossover, but I do see a dead branch here. And those are water shoots. I'll get those in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not having any crosses here. Which we have one here. And we have one over here. Okay, so that's dead. Okay, not really crossing with this branch. Let's look at these two branches here. If I was going by the bonsai way, one of these would go. You know, if I was going by the bonsai way, and if I went to choose which one I would have taken off, it would have been this branch right here. Because it's, compared to the other branch, too far forward. And I would have just cut out this whole entire section. But I suspect they were trying to make a vase shape out of this tree, which that didn't happen. Well, actually, no. I think they were trying to make a vase thing happen, and I just let a lot of trees grow into it, because this struggled so much. So I think now's the time for me to just open it up, get rid of these like crossover branches in the middle here, and just do it that way. Okay, so there's no crossing over on this branch, but there's a bunch of branches here that might. So let me go ahead and start picking and choosing here. I mean, these may cross over eventually, but it's just not there yet. Hasn't happened yet. Okay. Now this humongous tree here. Just trying to go through my order of operations, see if there's anything that just interfere with other branches. Okay, so that's interfering. We'll get rid of that one. And there's a dead branch. Ooh, in fact, this whole branch has to go. It's going to rub against itself. And that has to go too. that's hitting a leaf, but it's not really interfering with the branches. That's what I'm concerned about. This might interfere though, so let me cut this back. Oh, where did it? There it is. It didn't interfere, but it's like crossing over. Well, maybe that's what they're talking about. It's like they're crossing into each other, but they're not touching. It's like one of those kids. It's like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. You can't blame me because I'm not doing it. Okay. Technically got rid of all the crossings. All the dead is gone. Now it's just the water shoots. So going back to the itty bitty ones here. I'm going to declare these water shoots because they're just not productive. And these are the same. I just don't see them being very productive. And they're gone. Same thing here. This has to go. And this has to go. Actually, 1, 2, 3. There we are. We could try to make this. Maybe we can make this a sapling, but I doubt it's going to work. But maybe this whole branch here could branch out and create something good out of it. I hate to do this. It is leafing, so it's not a water shoot. So I'm just going to keep it. This, I think, is a water shoot. The way it's just sticking out into the middle here. I'm just going to call it that. So, I'm going to bring it back to this here. Same thing with this one. It's also getting into the middle, and I really don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Alright, and this is just going to cause problems with this one. Actually, this one is going to be very problematic if I just let it. It's also very unsightly. We don't need that many here. Yep, I chose the wrong instrument. There we go. There we go. Alright, so even though it was branching over in a productive manner. Now it's looking like an actual tree. Actually, I may just get rid of these because I need a more open space, and I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I can't have these three here. It would be nice, but like, if I'm going to have a vase formation, I can't have them. I just can't do it. I think a vase formation is going to make it healthier for this particular tree than any other formation. I don't like how it's going into the other branches stuff. I just really don't how it's doing this. And I think I may have to just get rid of it. So I'm just gonna make the big cut, and that will be a new attempt of a lemon tree. I almost forgot what tree it was. A lemon tree. And this is also another crossing over branch that I gotta get rid of too. And there we go. I think that's it. So that shapes up pretty well. It's now fairly open. Hardly any interference except maybe these guys here. Ooh, maybe this guy has to go too. Okay, almost there. There we go. All right, this might do it. So this is now fairly open. You can see the inside. That's a nice proper vase. Not a true vase shape like the lime, but it's doing its best. And that should help rejuvenate some growth. Okay, so remove the suckers. There's no suckers here, thank goodness. We remove the water sprouts. We made sure it looks more vasey. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is cutting back and forth on everything. And since I have all these quadrants, I'm just going to take the... Are they short? No, this is more tall than wide, if I remember right. White? Right. So let me see how long this is. Oh no, maybe I don't. Yeah, I think I would just look at these two tall ones and trying to bring it down. I hate doing this to the new growth. I really do. But it will help force more growth into the rest of the tree here. There's another one that's like growing into it. I think I can encourage it to go out. So let me cut this here. There we go. We'll see if that takes. Okay. So I'm looking at, from the center of the trunk, about a 12. So I need it at a 10. And that 10-inch is right here where these little itty bitties are. So let me go ahead and start getting it there. And make sure that's on the outer buds. Not shoot right at the camera. There it goes. I always feel bad about it. Alright, and that's the... Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. Now let's measure this one. Make sure it's only a 1/4 of an inch. A 1/4 of the branch. Oh my goodness. That one's just way out there. Okay, that's another 12. So going back here actually will be the wise move. Okay. And that means this has to go back as well into this one. Okay. And that's it. And that's the pruning I'm going to do. Oop, maybe this one's a little bit too much, but just 2 main branches. I'm going to bring everything back and just let it all grow out. So this is finally reduced. It's finally opened up. There it is. So it finally opened up here. We took quite a bit of stuff out, but it's a lot more open, and it will have a lot more space, a lot less competition from other branches to put out more fresh leaves. And this weekend I will be feeding them, and this will help them create new growth into the new season. But this will help create more sunlight, more air circulation for this thing, and I think it will respond very well in a more healthier kind of way, because this one had been struggling for a while, and I've been like very concerned about it. Ever since I got it, it's been like a huge struggle bus, and maybe doing this is going to help bring it back to life. I don't know about these cuttings that I have here. I really don't know if it's actually going to take, because they're just so thin on the branching compared to the very lush lime cuttings that I received. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. The rest are either way too short or don't have any leaves on it. And if it doesn't have any leaves on it, I just don't expect it to like take if I try to propagate it. Alright, last but not least, the orange tree. And the orange tree is producing fruit. Technically, you're supposed to prune it after it's done fruiting, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it. It's not really going to interfere with what we have. And also this one has some issues that I gotta take care of. It's got some webbing here that I just gotta get rid of. It's not spider mites for sure, it's just a spider that just made a home in it. And I'm just finally gonna, get rid of it if I can. Okay. So this is a totally different style. This is not a vase style. This is like a leader tree where it has a very upright look to it. and I'm just going to go along with it. So this is a very nice visualization of the trunk here. So this is the leader trunk right here that we're seeing. This nice, beautiful, long trunk that we have going on. This is really hard to like show you. I wish I could like have this backed up a little bit to really like showcase the beauty of these things, but like I hope you appreciate what I have going on here. Okay, there are no dead branches on this orange tree. Oh, and there's one fruit here, there's another fruit here. I'm gonna make sure I'm not going to cut into these fruiting parts of the tree for right now, unless it's like really too tall. I might do that, but like I'm just kind of gonna avoid them for now and may come back later. Oh, and there's one like right here. They're not ready to be harvested yet. Oh wait, I think I see a dead branch. No, I see a few. Okay, so I'm actually gonna take my time to look at dead branches because I thought there weren't any, and I was wrong. But this had been pretty good in producing oranges, but oh my goodness, the citrus is so strong. It's so sharp. I was completely blown away like how sharp it was. I was able to harvest one that came in very early, and oh man, it really knocked me out of the loop. Okay, so there's a dead branch that we could get rid of. Maybe, yeah, this is a good profile. I could like show you. And this one also struggled a little bit. It was just needing more nitrogen, and I kept giving it more coffee. And it took to the coffee very well. But like, I can't wait to give it more normal food that's really meant for fruiting, you know, creatures, plants, things. Oh no, there we go. That was it botched? That was botched. That was not a clean cut that I wanted out of it. I kind of shaved it off, and I really didn't want to do that. Oh, poor thing. I hope that it won't struggle too much from that. Oh, and we did have some crossing. Ooh. Okay, I didn't know that was happening. Whoopsie. Okay, so they were kind of like in each other's space there. Did not know they were pushed together like that. So when it comes to leaders, it's just making sure that you have the apex and everything just kind of like falls over from the apex. It's sort of like bonsai, where you showcase the trunk and everything falls away from the apex. May have to cut this, I don't know. But I think that's not going to be a major issue. Alright, so I think I got rid of all the dead branches that I think I see. As I say that, I think I see another one. There we go. Okay. Okay, now it's just looking for any crossing. This was like hooked together, but now that I kind of separated them, they're fine. This is not interfering with anything, just the leaf is leafing. Okay, so this branch is fine. These branches are fine. Okay, this branch is okay. What's up with these? Oh, they're like little tiny branches trying to branch. So there's no real crossover here, so that's good. But yeesh, this little guy has to go. That's just so congested at that peak. Oh, and that's why it's an apex. Okay, well, I know for sure we need to get rid of that branch, because that's not cool. And I gotta figure out what is the apex. I think this little dude is. I think that is the apex right here. Yeah, because everything else is a branch. And it's just really struggling with it. Okay. My goodness. Okay, I am going to make a decision, clean up this crown that is happening. Okay, that could be a new tree if I want it to be. Trying to get rid of this congestion here, because it's just awful. There we go. Because it should not be branching against each other like this. That's just not healthy. Okay. And since that's the apex, I'm going to make it a little bit more subservient. Actually, that's kind of hard to do without trimming it back. Alright, it's... Oh, there's the bud. There. Just letting you know this is the apex. Same thing here. And I think I would be pruning away from there on for everything else. But that's a little bit later. I got ahead of myself just pruning that section. It's just kind of hard for y'all to see. Okay. Let me just show you all just real quick. So yeah, this is the apex right here. I'm showing the back side of the tree. Let me show you where the nice trunk is. This low song and dance, this is the apex right here. You can see it go straight down into the trunk. This nice line that I have here. So everything else just has to like fall away from it. But not like at a steep slope. Kind of like a more rounded slope. And I think I could remove these because I think they're just done. So these are old stems that held the fruit. So I'm just going to cut those away. Just to clean it up a little bit here so it won't cause more issues when they grow. Probably would do that throughout this whole tree after I'm done shaping it. But I don't see any interference. Like crossing, I don't see that right now. It's doing a really nice job in going upward, which makes me really happy. Alright. So I think what I'll do is that I'll just take off the dead fruiting stems. Since they're not going to branch out, they're not going to produce anything. They're done. And there's just no need to have them there. It's just going to cause more problems if I do. There we go. Okay, so I had some cross branching here by accident. Okay. So what I'm going to do, oh geez, there's a lot of it here. So let me get rid of that then. And let me get rid of this, because that was causing problems. There it goes. There it goes. Now it's just healthier and happier. It's not so tangled up. I thought I took care of it and I was mistaken. So that's my bad. It's a good thing I'm taking the time to look at this. This is cutting it too close. It's just running right along with it, and that's a water sprout. Okay, there we go. Oh, if y'all are wondering, how do I know it's a live branch or not? It will bounce. This will bounce. It will move. It will wiggle. It'll flop. And it will spring back. it will have bounce. The dead branches will be very rigid. It will look like it bounced, but it will bounce from the very bottom of the tree. It will not bounce from like a central branch or trunk, I should say. It will not bounce from the central trunk. It will bounce from the bottom of the pot. And most will have some green on it. Even like a live trunk, like a very young sapling like this, a live trunk will have some green on its bark. And if it looks very ashy and a little bit pale, it usually means that it's like dying or dead. Which happens. Some trees do have a life expectancy. I think dogwoods can live up to 10 or 15 years old. And people love them. They're just so beautiful. And then eventually they just live the rest of their life to the max. And they hit that max, and most homeowners have to figure out what other tree they have to put in, since they don't have that anymore. And it's just, you know, life for that tree. I'm not going to worry about like cleaning up the branches as much as I did with the others. This orange is okay. That doesn't sound very enthusiastic, but it tends to be pretty okay when it comes to cleaning up at the ends. It clusters quite a bit at the end. And I've been trying my best to like pick and select which fruit that it can't have, because it can overwhelm the tree. Though I think since I'm ramping up feed to twice a year for these guys, I think that's not going to be a problem anymore. And I could just let it chill and not like thin the fruit too much. Because I felt like it was going to overwhelm the tree if I don't like pluck some of the early fruit. You don't really have that opportunity. Oopsie. I let a commercial run. My bad. Oh, what I was saying. I probably won't have to thin the fruit out too much next time. Since I'm going to give it a lot more food and it could just handle it. They do tell you to thin it to where it's just a quarter, or just get rid of a quarter of the fruit that's coming in. And I think I went a little bit overboard because of my concern. Okay. I think I got rid of all the... Nope, I did not. I did not get rid of all of the past blossoms that had blossomed before. There we go. These things are never meant for a beauty contest to begin with. Oh. There we go. That was going to cause problems. That's also causing problems. There we go. And that's also going to cause problems. Uh-oh. Why are you sticky? Oh, I don't like that it's sticky. I don't know why it's sticky. That's not a great sign. Or I could be just a little paranoid over my fruit trees. Jeez, there's just a lot here. You could see it. That there's a whole bunch of little tiny branches. And that's a lot of cleanup I gotta do. I think I'll just leave it alone for now. Maybe they will select among themselves which one they're gonna do. And I'm just gonna leave it be. Maybe. It's just so ugly though. I'm just going to clean this up because I think they're just going to cause problems with each other. And I'm just going to have to encourage this tree to just select these two as the main. Just go from there. Oh wait, that's not going to cause problems. And that should be okay. Everything should be okay. There we go. Alright, I feel better. Oh, I love this song. For VOD viewers and YouTube watchers, this is Helena from My Chemical Romance. I've been playing my emo punk music for a while. And some of my, like, early 2000s, or like late 2000s. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So I got rid of the dead blooms and the dead fruiting parts. Went ahead and took care of those. I think I'm done with anything that is crossing over. So now trying to identify water sprouts, which I think there are none. I just have one normal branch here, and I don't think I have a water sprout trying to do problems. So I think I'm good. I'm just not seeing that right now. Oop, there's a little dead blossom that I gotta get rid of. There we go. That's just dangling right there. It's nice to like see the fruit on this tree. Makes me so happy. Okay, so we took care of all these suckers. I have a feeling this is like graft. This is a grafted tree. I could be wrong. So I just need to remove competing leaders. Oh, it's got to have 4 branches from each trunk, each part of the trunk. Which it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't do that 4 splay. It kind of alternates. Though if I really want to, I could just get rid of this and be done with it, but it's not really competing as a leader. It's not really doing that. So everything else is just going to like fall away from the apex. I'm not seeing a competition leader right now. Or at least I took care of those. I may accidentally prune off some of these here though, if I'm going to start shaping it. That could be another time. You know, since they do have some fruits here, like this and this, maybe I could just wait on shaping it. Now that I took care of the dead stuff and the dead blossoms. Oop. As I said, as I notice other dead blossoms. Not dead blossoms, but spent fruits. Fruits, what? I don't like how it's going to try to get into that. So I'm going to cut this back here. Just trying to make sure it don't cross into each other. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. There we go. Because I will have to, yeah, if I prune the way I wanted to prune, these 2 fruits will have to go in order for the apex to really be the apex. So that's going to be next month. Next month I'm going to do that. So this is part 1. This is part 1. We're not there yet because we still have these 2 fruits here that are growing, and I'm going to wait until next month to harvest them, and then I could shape it to where the apex could really shine, and we'll just go from there. So I think this is doing very well as a tree. This is so hard to do. This is probably the messiest stream I have done. So really happy about this one. I know this branch here is kind of like blocking the vision of the central, you know, trunk. But this is not bonsai. This is just getting these trees to produce fruit well and be healthy and happy. And hopefully I'm able to provide that for them. So I'm just going to leave this orange tree be. This one may need some watering later tonight. Ooh. Yeah, well, yeah. I may need a cup of water. Both of them will need a cup of water. Oh, since I have it really far back, this is a better picture of the lemon tree. I know it's a little bit sparse, but it's nice and open now. It's going to get a lot more sunlight. And And here is the finished product of the other. Again, this is like really tall. Eventually I'll bring it down to the rest, but I think it will be fine. It's a little bit unusual, but I really don't like the idea of getting into this main bark, or the trunk I should say. I'm just going to see what else it's going to do. Maybe it will create more branches. That would be nice. And since we're talking about other pruning trees, I'm not going to prune this one, but just want to showcase my olive tree. And this one is a very slow grower. I pruned this last year, and it's just now starting to produce new shoots, which makes me really happy. It used to have a little twin, and I thought, oh, it would be cool to have 2 olive trees, and I didn't follow my instincts last year, and it was outcompeted by this little guy. So I lost the other one, but I still have this, and it's producing more shoots, and that is really awesome. We'll see what this goes, how this goes. I think it's going to be a leader type for this olive tree, which would be amazing. I think that would be cool. And I will put them in that corner soon. So, whew. I'm going to clean up my desk here just a little bit, and I'm going to, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I have a lot of potentially new propagations I could like put together. How much time do I have? Oh, we're halfway through the stream, so maybe the rest of this is trying to propagate and see what I could do, because we got some really good candidates, and I think I could like make some new stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and just clean up, take a coffee break, and gather some materials to like try to propagate these babies, and we'll see. So I'll be right back. Okay. I think I'm gonna go ahead and switch these around. So a little bit of a scare, don't worry. Oop. Maybe because it's over here? That's why. Okay. I'm trying to switch things back around. Deactivate, activate. There we go. Yay. So may just sit down for this one. Which will be difficult. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna have to sit down for this one. Some of these shears are not that great. There we go. Ooh. I love 3 Days Grace, but this is not the time or place to listen to that kind of music. Ooh. There we go. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit. Oh, it's actually where I kind of want it to be for my desktop, sort of. At least the face camera is where I want it to be. I have no clue how this is all going to turn out on YouTube. Okay. I have all the materials to go ahead and propagate all of this. It's like really messy here. I got some jiffy plants that I'm going to use. Which one was already... Okay, this one, for sure. There we go. Just bring all of these out. These are great. They biodegrade if you have enough water. They're really awesome. Once you have it where it's growing just enough to get through this cardboard, kind of like semi-cardboard, kind of not, just be able to like punch through for new growth. I'm gonna put it over here real quick. There we go. So I hope you all enjoyed the citrus trees. I'm now going to do some propagation. And I got my Sharpie so I could like say which one is which. So this is the orange. Yeah, this is definitely the orange. Oh, and it's also got some of the blossoms that are done. There we go. Let me get my knife. I have my little knife. Oh, I think I know where I put it. Okay. If I remember right, it's a whole inch of just scraping the bottom, and then you split it 4 ways. So you're just trying to maximize the surface area to create new shoots. Or no roots, I should say. This is not the best way to do it. There we go. There we go. You had to split it in order to help create roots. There we go. That should do it. And you have tick root. And you just dip it in, stir it around, tap it off, and you have the root growth hormone for cuttings. And I have that all over my desk and lap, but that's okay. It's going to get messy. We're going to say this is orange. I have 3 avocado seeds starting. I have 3 orange seeds that might be able to sprout. And hopefully these propagations will take. So a lot of new beginnings this year for the garden. Okay. I guess I probably don't need the gloves. And you just stick it in. And hopefully it'll just take. And that's what you do. Give it a nice place. Water it like normal. Give it a lot of sunlight. And you just see if it just have roots. If it doesn't wither in the next month, you might have a little baby tree. So hopefully it will just stay put. Oh, I used to love this song, and then I realized what the lyrics were about, so I'm just not going to go with it. So, going to put this away. Somewhere. Don't know where. Maybe over here. I have a whole top of my bookshelf. Okay, I love it, but I don't want to hear it right now. supposed to be... Oh, this is a little bit diseased, but that might be okay. I don't know. Trying to figure it out. Because you want to cut it close to where there's some growth here. So I think I'm going to have to cut it here. Because it could only send signals up so far. Or at least you want to have it close to where the nutrients are going to be. I'm just not going to have gloves. It's just not going to happen today. But, you know, close enough where it's able to get the nutrients that it's sending up there. There it goes. That could be tossed. And from there, I could just scrape. Yeah. This is just going to activate the repair system that's still in it, and as it repairs, it may get the signal to create new roots. So just kind of tricking the bodily system here of the tree. There we go. And do it once more. There it goes. Just stir it around. There it goes. Hopefully that would be good. And this is the lemon, because they're all spiky. A lot of dirt on the outside, but that's good. A little bit of a tall baby, but hopefully if I don't disturb it, it'll just take. Hopefully my family could just have patience with me in creating all these new growths and seedlings. And not be too upset. I mean, I love them, but they're just... They haven't done like gardening in a while. And it just shows. Hopefully they'll be willing to be patient with me as I create a whole host of army of like new trees. Okay, that's one lemon. Don't know if this one's gonna do well. I'm sure someone in the YouTube comments are like freaking out how I'm doing some things, and probably are telling me, no, you're wrong, it should be this way. Unless you're an expert, I would have a hard time taking your advice. So just be aware. Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Unless you have like 15 plus experience, or like in the field, the arbitrary field, I would appreciate some patience. So it's possible I may be doing things one way that is acceptable, and you may be doing another way that is also acceptable. And both are pretty valid. But don't worry, all these are going to get sun, they're all going to get water. Hopefully I won't drown them out as they're trying to establish. Oh, another sad song. I mean, I love it, but please don't. Okay. There we go. I mean, I appreciate people commenting in YouTube. I really do. But like, just be careful, like, where you're coming from, or at least be considerate, where it's coming from, this advice, and it's possible I may not take your word for it unless you are in the field, where you're doing something with the trees often in your profession. Okay. So just be aware, I'm going to be very selective of where I'm going to get my advice from, because I had received bad advice in the past, and I'm just trying my best to make sure that I'm choosing the ones that are really going to make sure these trees are going to thrive, because I had some bad experience before, and I have to make sure that it is actually going to work. So, with love and kindness, just please refrain. Or if you do, like, at least share your experience, how you do things a little bit differently, but in a way where it's just enjoying sharing, not telling me what to do, if that makes sense. Not everyone grows trees as their source of gardening. A lot of people do like fruits and veggies and like flowers, and I'm just choosing something that's a little bit orthodox. And it's not really bonsai, just letting all know this. None of this is like true bonsai. It's just dealing with trees in a potted container, and I'm scoping it. That is just to make sure it produces fruit in a healthy way. So that's all I'm trying to do with these trees. If I was doing things bonsai, I will definitely tell you all the stuff I will be doing, and hopefully I won't shock the tree too much, because that's the thing, nurseries don't tell you that they will have a whole army of little trees that they're working with, and they would do this drastic cut, and 1 out of 10 will make it. And after that drastic cut, they will go ahead and start training it to that bonsai that you will eventually see in the stores a little bit later, or like 10 years maybe. 10 years later, after a lot of training, you will see it in the store. Bonsai takes a lot more patience than I do. Alright, that's another lemon. Gonna start moving some of this back. Alright. And I don't really have high hopes for these propagations. I just really don't. Sometimes I do have good propagations that are starting to stick, and then like the squirrel came along and like botch everything. These are probably too short. Yeah, these are too short. And I will give this one a chance. It's just one leaf, but I'll give it a chance. You never know. I mean, it's fresh growth. It probably still has some of that energy to grow. So I'm just going to give it a chance. We'll see. So, all right. Gonna cut through this thorn that didn't make it into a thorn. Start scraping off all of this. This took me years to finally accumulate the appropriate knowledge to do the stuff that I'm doing. And it was a lot of trial and error. I highly encourage all of you to do the best you can in learning all of this if you're starting out this way. Try to get viable resources to take care of these trees. But sometimes some things are not going to take, especially in propagation, because you know, they have to be strong enough to deal with the shock of being cut off from the tree. There's also other factors, like there could be some deficiencies that may be a hard time for them to deal with. It could also be drastic changes in the weather. It could be like your room may not have enough light. It may not have the right humidity for it, especially like tropical or like really sunny trees like these that were meant for further south. There we go. The best advice I could give is that each plant has some specifics that you got to do it in that is going to be different from another tree. Like an apple tree germinating from a seed is going to be different from a orange tree germinating from a seed. I didn't know until like a few days ago that a orange seed requires soaking before you put it in a pot, and you just put it straight into a pot and make sure that they get sunlight, like heat and sunlight and humidity, and eventually it will just like take. Whereas like an apple seed, you have to trick it to think that it is winter, and then it will begin to germinate after a set period of time in the fridge. And it's got to be dark for the apple tree seed. I may, if I have a bigger place, I may try to germinate some apple seeds. But the apples that I want to germinate, we're not buying those. It makes me really sad. I really love Granny Smiths. They're really sour, but not everyone eats them. So, I may just start doing that eventually down the road, if this is something I will be doing more intensely in the future. What I do love about working with trees compared to other like gardening plants is that for the most part throughout the whole year they're pretty low maintenance. I only prune once a year. I will come over and check to see if I need to harvest once a month. And I water them roughly once a month, maybe like once a week, depending on how dry things are. And, you know, that's it. You know, and that's enough for me, so that way I could just concentrate on my books and my writing and just turn out like some really good stories for all of you. So for me, this is doable. I may look into other like fruiting stuff, maybe some berries that are hopefully a little bit low maintenance like these trees are. That's probably what I will do down the road. Hopefully I could like start making jams or juices from these things. That would be so cool. Okay. Last lemon I'm gonna cut. There we go. I'm just gonna do it again. Oh, did I have it still pretty high up? Okay, no, I didn't. Okay. Wasn't sure if that was loud or not. Sorry if it was. I mean, that's a really good song. I'm dealing with this thorn here. Alright, well, that's the best I could do. I'm also going to try my best not to give out too much advice about like gardening, because I'm very much a a learner. Um, I'm not professionally, a gardener. I don't do a lot of landscaping, that type of thing. I'm just a very strong enthusiast. And I finally got a good rhythm with my like trees. But I'm still learning about the trees, I'm not like an expert or anything. And it's gonna be a while before I could like really give like good advice about a bunch of stuff. But at least I got the pruning down pack. Just making sure I have a checklist of like what to look for and how I want to shape these fruits. So that at least I could tell you. And I could also tell you about the roots. If you are dealing with a container plant, once every 2 years, on average, once every 2 years, or when you start seeing signs of the root coming through the pot, when you repot it, you do need to trim back some of that growth. That way it will have a healthier root system in the container. And it's not just a bonsai thing, it's like all tree container, plants. Not only you're pruning on the top, you're also pruning on the bottom. And you don't have to prune severely. Like some bonsais, you could do like a third all around for bonsai trees. For normal topiaries, it's like not even an inch, maybe a quarter of an inch or a half of an inch that you could like trim around the entire surface and it will be fine. And whatever you do, even if it's just transplanting, don't fertilize until a month later. A good month later. And you'll be fine. Like not even 2 weeks, like a full 4 weeks. With the damage from moving from one soil to another, there's going to be like some irritation on the roots. And it's going to have open, wounds and scratches and everything else. And it would be very vulnerable to burns from normal fertilizers. So it takes roughly about 4 weeks for that to heal. So I could definitely tell you for sure those basics, those basic things about like gardening. If you transplant anything, don't feed it until like a month later, and always check the roots of these container plants and it will survive. You do need to upgrade when they do get bigger, but you also need to like prune some of that back. Not severely if you're not doing like traditional bonsai. But like a normal tree in a container, it's recommended that you do just a little bit of pruning all around its surface, just so it will have growth. It will maintain growth. It will feel good because it's going to try to break through the container to try to find more viable place to grow. I believe the nurseries will take like some saplings. Once they have it as a sapling, like sprouted from a seed, they'll stick it in the ground for a couple of years, maybe just 1 year, and then they dig it out and put it in the pot, and it would be ready to go for any sort of training that it needs to take. So that's one method that you could do too. There's like several different ways you could have tree garden stuff. I just love trees. I'm just packing it down on the surface just so it won't wiggle so much. I may just get like a low container to just have these soak, because they will eventually dry out and I just need to like get them to soak. So really don't know if this is going to make it. Really don't know if it's going to make it, but we got one leaf that's new and fresh, so I have a little bit of optimism with this one. So that is 4 lemons, 1 orange, and I think we're going to have a whole host of limes. Okay. Maybe only one of them will survive. We'll see. This might make it. Maybe. Oh geez, this is a little bit old. I'm gonna get rid of it. Sorry everyone. If you like it, I just can't. I can't. Alright, and this is gonna go. And sadly this is gonna have to go too. We just need that space to create roots. There we go. We're now hitting the limes. And I'm just going to do the same method. Again, I could be wrong in this propagation method. I may have to like switch it up between each tree. I didn't double check myself. So I'm just taking a risk and using the same propagation method on all of them. So just letting y'all know, you know, I could be in the wrong doing it this way for all of them. But this is a learning experience. Okay. This is going to be a little bit difficult. There it goes. There we are. Okay. And this is my lime. The reason why I'm doing this as a stream is not to show my expertise or anything. It's just to show my love for my plants. And this is like a huge thing that I'm doing every year, is doing like prunings and feedings and repotting if it like gets that intense. And I usually do it alone, without anyone to like share the joy with. So it's not to like show how awesome or like how intelligent or whatever it is. It's just showcasing what I normally do behind the scenes, away from stream, and just showing a little bit of my world with you. This is something I enjoy doing. So don't expect this to be like a how-to tutorial, because it's like totally not. It's not. Oh man, I love this song when I was young. When I was younger, I should say. Oh, excuse me. Okay, this one's going to be a little bit difficult because there's a lot of knobs here. There we go. That was just a knob I just got to get rid of. And I'm also going to get rid of this knob here, just to encourage roots. I don't think that would be healthy for it. There we go. And everyone online has their own method of how they feed and fertilize their plants. Like I've seen people who use like chemical feeds. I've seen people who do like tea fertilizer or like compost tea. I've seen people who use what I had done over winter, which is like the coffee and other selective feeds for like certain nutritional issues, like banana, like a banana slurry or a coffee, to take care of phosphorus or nitrogen, or I should say potassium or nitrogen. I didn't do the banana bit, but I definitely did the coffee thing, or like using eggshells for like calcium, But usually, I don't have this high horse of like one fertilizer is greater than the other, so long the plant gets that nutrient, and you get it where it is enough for that plant in the proper ratios that it needs. And it will let you know that it needs it. Like, it will show it in the leaves. I think it's fine. I'm not going to like scream at people saying like you use the wrong fertilizer, because that's the equivalent of new moms yelling at each other for using baby formula or like breastfeeding. Like, I'm just not gonna go there. You do a method that you're comfortable with, because some of them are like very high maintenance. And it depends on like how much time you're willing to put into creating something like that. Especially compost tea. Not everyone has compost. Not everyone is able to create that in their spare time, or at least have roommates that are willing to allow it to occur and work with it. So, like, not everyone has that luxury. I am glad that, it's getting to a point where you can do something like that in a small environment, like an apartment. You can do it. There's now, like, kitchen composters that you, like, throw in some scraps that are meant for composting your greens and browns. And you'd be able to have a little bit of compost for your indoor garden, which is really sweet. It's hard to do that, a few years back, that like some people were able to figure out the method to do so, and that's just awesome. So, but not everyone can handle compost, and not everyone's able to keep up with it. So, like, let's just give some people some breathing space on it. Okay, so I'm going to have to get rid of these bottom ones here. And they are just too short for me to do anything with it. In fact, I'm just going to create a new... Oh, that may be a little... Yeah, there we go. And let's go ahead and just nick that off too. I don't see a lot of people showcasing their gardens that are just normal gardening. And I wish I do, I wish a lot more people show off their stuff on, Twitch. And everyone enjoys seeing like some blooms and just enjoy plants together. I think that would be really nice. I think I would take it a little higher. I feel like the limes are going to take. Going to start a hypothesis here. Or a speculation. I honestly think the limes are going to take because there's just a lot more leaves, and the limes have been pretty healthy over this past winter. It didn't struggle as much as, say, like the orange and lemon did. So I'm assuming these are going to propagate more readily compared to the others. But I could be wrong. I only have one orange, so if it does propagate, that's just a win. If any of them take, that's a win. It's really ridiculously hard to like get a good one, especially in an area that's not like a garden state. Like, I don't live that far south where, the weather is just so optimal for like gardening. It's too temperamental. Sorry. Okay. And we have 2 more. Ooh, no. 3 more. This is long enough. We have 3 more to go. I'll make a picture, take a picture of the little tree army. Okay, so we need to create a new bottom, she says, as a bottom. There we go. If I could just start making fruit containers beyond trees, I'm seriously thinking like blackberries or maybe raspberries. I don't know if there is a container viable plant. Wow, we actually have 3 for the last 3. Oh, I love how it all lines up. That's really neat. Score. What I would love to do eventually is get back into growing orchids. My biggest issue was dealing with winter, because winter is so drying. But now that I got used to having a humidifier, maybe I could try to wrangle an orchid down the road. Just try it again. Because I love orchids. I really do. I love working with them. I could try to make the orchids rebloom, but for the most part, I just like the leaves. Which is silly. I know it's silly. But like, I love the plant in general. I do love the leaves, or the blooms. And I did manage to get like 1 or 2 of the orchids to rebloom. And then like winter hits. And for some reason I was unable to keep up with the watering. And it just like went away. So someday I would love to get back into it. No. Okay. Yeah, I need to cut this off. Oh, and it was fruiting too. I'm gonna keep it on there. I'm curious. I'm just gonna see if it actually will fruit while it propagates. This may not work. I don't think it's gonna work, but like, here we go. You could kind of see it. You know what? I think this is the same one I pointed to earlier about like it fruiting and creating a new one. We'll see. We'll see if it does. My light flickered. That's all I need is this light to go. But at least I have another desk lamp I could use in case this does. And you know what? Maybe a desk lamp, a prepper desk lamp, may be better than the lamp I have here. You know, I'm making a lot of good time. I may just do a very quick terror message for all of you. Oh no. Okay. Now when this probably dries out on the soil, maybe tomorrow. I'll check these tomorrow. I will go ahead and give it some water. Already the soil is fairly moist. It doesn't really need watering. I don't know how the soil still stays moist. It's just, maybe it's just plastic, you know, making sure that it still is contained. But because there's still some water within it, I'm just going to not water these right away. But who knows? I may just end up doing that tonight. We'll see. Okay. Oh, yeah. This song. Last little line. I'm sure one of these will take. I'm also planning to keep all of these trees and the ones I had pruned earlier all inside. I'm just so disappointed with like how much damage they received last year and how destructive the squirrels have been. I mean, squirrels are gonna squirrel. You know, it's their backyard. They're doing what they're supposed to do, which is to hunt and to like store away food. But I just work a little too hard on these things, and I just hate to see it be like, you know, so devastated by all of it. So it's just gonna be inside. I'm gonna figure out how I'm going to, you know, give them proper lighting when it comes to summer. Um, just to keep the house cool. We have a tendency to shutter our windows. And for like plants like these, they need light. And citrus trees need full sunlight. And if I'm not going to take them outside for the summer, I'm just going to have to find a alternative. So that's going to be a fun journey for me this year. Okay. Just let this one chill. There are songs that remind me of Aramis and the characters from the Doppelganger Queen, and this is one of them. I don't know why. Like, it doesn't really line up with the story that I have, but I couldn't help but think of him when I listened to this. Oh, this kind of lines up with the second book, though. Okay. We'll see if any of that works. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 propagating cuttings. and we'll see if any of those stick. Because there's a lot of factors that go into it, you know, like how many leaves they have and whether, you know, it was healthy to begin with. And I'm just kind of like seeing what works and what doesn't work. So, like, this is the fun experimental part of gardening. You kind of figure that it might work, but like, you see it if it actually does. So that's done. All done. That's the stream. So it's all finished. I think you'll be able to see the tree very well in the back. Yeah, that's the lime tree. Let me go ahead and just showcase it. This is what it looks like here. Again, it's just like really tall over here, but I will be cutting into that bark or that trunk, and I really don't want to. Here's this again. It's really hard for y'all to see. There you go. Once again, doing that open vase. It was so cluttered. So I do have like a light for growth and everything. So like, don't worry, I have proper lighting for them that I've been using over winter. And I'm pretty confident that it's going to be fine. Especially when I like feed it this weekend. And last but not least, our part 2. And here's a dingly one here. Next month. Maybe next month, maybe in a couple of weeks, I'll be able to finish shaping it. But at least I took care of the fat ones. Oh my goodness, this is... Do we all still love Lincoln Park? I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it for now. I'm gonna do a message of the day. Once I get everything all clean up here. That feels good. I don't know about you, but that feels awesome. To be able to take some time and prune those trees. I'm also planning to like clean up the rest of the house. It's like spring cleaning all around. Just trying to make sure everything is all clean. There's just a lot of dirt and mess and everything. Real crinkly here. In fact, let me go ahead and... No, wait, y'all like ASMR stuff, right? I keep forgetting that some of you may like that. May like that type of thing. Oh, I probably didn't tell you what kind of soil I was using. I was using Johnny Seeds Mix Organic. We got it for the seed starting kit last year, and it did very well with the some of the seeds that I had sprouted in the house. And I don't know what happened. I took them outside, and I think the squirrels just tear them up after all the hard work I did. Anyhow. I just keep thinking about like how the squirrels have been like really traumatizing like my garden. So I mean, they're doing what they're supposed to. You know. But let me go ahead and give you all a little message of the day. Just a little bit. Just to like end the stream. For those who have been lurking and chilling, thank you so much for watching. This segment, it's not really like choose a card. It's whichever message that like really is something you needed to hear, and you won't know it until you hear it. That's pretty much the vibe that's going to happen. I'm thinking like four cards I'm going to get from this deck. Hopefully they don't mind the mess. What message do we need to hear right now before we head out for the day? This method is really hard for like small hands. This is a really big deck. Oh, is it 4? No. But that's 3. Let me see if I can make one more. Let me see if I could have one more. I know it's going to be like around 3 or 4, but I want to see if I could. Oh god, there was a whole bunch that was about to come out. This is another song that keeps reminding me of Eremos. But it's really close to what was happening in the Doppelganger Queen book. Oh, now I think about it, I'm about 12,000 words away from finishing, roughly. Ah! Okay. Well, that one was like right side up. I'm such a mess today. Okay, so first, and I'm just gonna go bottom up. Spangle Starlight Shine. Spangle Starlight Shine. We have 1. Wild Watery Sea. Love Lend Me Wings. And last but not least, Follow Darkness Like a Dream. So those are the parting messages before I end the stream today. Okay, let's start with Spangled Starlight Sheen. Not shine, sheen. Seek and follow delight. There is a special magic here, or one is soon to be revealed. A mysterious radiance, a beckoning beauty, and an other. My accent. I just swallow ands. Okay, let me start over, because this is beautiful and it needs to be spoken. There is a special magic here, or one is soon to be revealed. A mysterious radiance, a beckoning beauty, and an otherworldly shine. There are times and events in one's life that take on a special luminosity. Destined paths cross, ancient memories are awakened, a fog of monotony lifts and everything glows. It could be that you have recently met someone with whom you have a soul connection. Alas, this card does not reveal the destiny of your relationship with this person. It cannot, for mystery is a vital ingredient here. You must not unveil the mystery, but rather surrender to it. Let it take you where it will lead. It is also possible that you are newly fascinated by a passion of some kind, an artistic discipline, an intuitive art, or a magical spiritual path. Or maybe dealing with gardening, if you're just recently getting into gardening. Something with spirals upon spirals and depths upon depths. Something you could study or practice for lifetimes and never possibly learn or discover all there is to know. Or the idea of moving to a particular region or making another major life change may be inexplicably yet undeniably dazzling and enticing to you. Whatever the case, you will know what to do when you find the ancient and hypnotic melody of delight. Open up your senses and your heart and make yourself available to this moment and all the beauty it contains. Beauty can be shallow and fleeting, and there is another type of beauty that is finite, or infinite. Divine, eternal, and accurate. It is a beauty that calls you towards itself. You can ignore such beauty, or you can shun, minimize, and devalue it. By what would you choose to live in such a way? Let go of needing to see the end of this path, for there is no end. Give up on making reasonable choices, for reason doesn't rule here. Do not expect others to cheer for you as you dance, for the song that guides you is the one that only you can properly hear. The fascination you feel is a gift. Treasure it. Where shall you go? Simple. Along the path of your sparkling, shimmering bliss. Okay, so it could be a new hobby you're discovering, something that you're learning to do, and you're deep diving into the whole host of knowledge. Neurodivergent people like to call that a fixation, but there's nothing wrong with having a fixation. In fact, here in this card, it's probably highly encouraged, because it is something that's going to delight you and engage with you and make you want to discover more and learn more and have fun with it. And there's nothing wrong, especially in this time, in seeking out something that is enjoyable to experience. And the level of mystery is the key in keeping that joy going. You know, that thirst of discovery that we all have inside of ourselves. So, see where it goes. Have fun as you do. Go for it. And as always, when there's ads on Twitch, I'm going to make sure not to read during that, just in case we have some people lurking and chilling here. And we'll get back to reading the rest of the messages. For me personally, I feel like I've been looking at another place I want to move to. And I've been looking at options, and there's like one place I was really fascinated about. And like the way things are going where I live, I really wanted to move, you know. And just some place that's nice where I have some room to like do some gardening. And a place where I can manage to like keep the squirrels at bay somehow, you know? So I know it may be like looking over greener pastures, but it does make me feel better, at least with this card, that go where I'm delighted, you know, something that keeps me engaged and interested would be nice. I'm not going to say where I'm thinking of, you know, just because I don't want to jinx things. But, you know, I can't wait to like finally get to that point where like I have something new to experience. Okay, welcome back everyone from the ads. We're going to continue on to, if I could like read, Wild Watery Sea. This comes up from time to time. It's one of those cleansing cards where it's asking you to cleanse in any way, prepare yourself to renew. It's a way of washing away any guilt or any trauma or any issues that you have been holding on to. So it's a very literal cleansing card. A lot of cultures use water as a form of washing away any like issues that people have been harboring. Try my best not to use a lot of like triggering religious languages here, but like most cultures use water to cleanse and purify. And we do that with our food. You know, we wash our food sometimes. Even though it's kind of like neither here or there, like bacteria-wise, you know, like it may not be the efficient way of doing it. You know, we have a tendency to just do that with our food. And like we apply that kind of mindset with everything else that we do in our lives, like washing our clothes, washing our bodies, you know. This is kind of like more of a spiritual cleanse, you know, like the shower for the soul. Shower thoughts for the soul, you know. Instead of chicken soup for the soul, how about shower thoughts for the soul? How about that? So we're going to dive into this. And it could be someone literally moving close to water just to contemplate on things in life that helps them out. Water has a very soothing thing, a soothing experience for a lot of people. Not everyone, okay, but like for most people, it can be. Wild Watery Sea. Work with the water element. It is as if you are a dehydrated mermaid, borrowed for too long from the fluid restorative power of the sea. I am of course speaking poetically as I always do, but I am also speaking literally. As soon as you can, you must go to an ocean, stream, or lake. Alternatively, you might stand under a waterfall or dip your feet in a pool. Even gazing at a public fountain would be healing for you. At the very least, drink plenty of water and prioritize taking a relaxing shower or bath. This may seem to have nothing to do with what you are asking, or like anything else that we're dealing with this message of the day. Nonetheless, you must do as I bid. My prescription may seem mysterious, but I assure you it will help to bring about an invisible shift that will open you up to the direction, certainty, and outcome you seek. In addition to the above guidance, this may also be a message about starting a career related to water or moving somewhere closer to a river, lake, or sea. We cry tears of salt water when we are overcome. The more we let our feelings flow, the more of our old pain transforms like jagged rocks, breaking down into soft, yielding sand. When you breathe fully, consciously, and repeatedly into your heart and belly, it will help you feel and heal emotions previously hidden or stuck. The underwater realm is a place of creativity, poetry, music, and dreams. In the sea, you can go not just east and west, north and south, but also up and down and every which way you want. What's more, water doesn't move in straight lines. It spirals and swirls. Swim along with the tide, engage in creative pursuits, sleep deeply and long, record your dreams, or simply retreat into your own revitalizing depths for some quiet alone time and loving self-care. Be a landlocked mermaid no longer. Presently, find your way to the wild, watery sea. That is another thing I forgot about this card, is this need to hydrate, the need to get some proper sleep, the need to take a bath, whether it's a shower or a traditional bath, like wash yourself. You know, taking care of your physical body is just as important as like taking care of yourself spiritually. You know, a lot of problems can occur if you don't watch and take care of yourself. Like, I learned, like, if you had too much salt and you sit around for too long and you don't move around, you can unexpectedly end up with edema. So, flushing your body readily with water in the amount that they recommend for each body type, and being able to move around is going to help keep your system, especially your lymphatic system, engaged and be able to resorb it back and be able to circulate. And also, like, cardio is going to help too with that as well, because it's also like creating movement and like activating our cardiovascular system. So hydration is like so important. There is a danger of overhydrating yourself, but I really doubt anyone is doing that. I seriously doubt it, especially if a lot of people use a lot of pop drinks or like drink a lot of coffee and tea like I do, or have a lot of salt in their foods because it's the only food we're able to get in this economy, which is no shame. No shame if you have to. Just make sure you keep yourself hydrated as well. You're just as important. Okay, I'm going to continue on to the next card. Love, lend me wings. Let love carry you. Love indeed has lent you wings. Those wings can carry you swiftly to new worlds and dizzying heights. So why do you feel uneasy? Because in your heart of hearts, You know that flying too high can be dangerous. Your wings are delicate, and the desired outcome of your daring errands cannot be guaranteed. And yet, of course, you must fly. What is this love that has lent you such wings? Who or what do you love so passionately that it both electrifies and haunts you? It could be a child, a sweetheart, a discipline, or a craft, or a glorious vision of your future you know you must find a way to actualize. Whatever it is, you have cause to celebrate. Experiencing love like this is what will allow you to one day look back on your life and know that you have lived. So embrace this love. Let it carry you upward and onward, perhaps to your desired destination, or perhaps to another one that has not been foretold or foreseen. Take action on the dream. Tell your sweetheart how you feel. Break your heart wide open with love for your child every day. If you're unsure what step to take, or you don't believe you could even begin to move toward your desire, no problem. You must shift your reality in a way that opens portals of possibility. The heart is the great alchemizer. Breathe into your heart, follow its guidance, and allow your will to transform. The only thing you must not do is stay where you are out of fear. There will be fear. For humans, where there is love, there will always be fear. But here is the secret. Your love must transcend it. Spread your wings and open your heart and fly. Okay. I'm going to take one moment here, take care of something that's in my eye. There we go. So, I know some things are a little bit scary. A lot of people, especially me, had dealt with setbacks before, or at least have been warned about setbacks as we try to pursue things that we are passionate about, or something that really speaks to us in our hearts. Like it could be going to a piano championship, or like some other athletic championship. It could be moving to a new home, something that simple, or like falling in love with someone and then like moving in with them, or it could be something else entirely where it's going to push your boundaries a little bit. And don't worry so much where you're going to deny the things that are opening up to you. Instead of saying no to things, start trying to say yes and see how it goes. Don't worry about scraping your knees, because part of the human experience is experience. And you can't level up with your experience without trying to do something that scares you a little bit. So something to think about here. What's holding you back? What is it that you're passionate about that you're afraid to dive in? And maybe just do it anyway. Even if it scares you, because that's what courage is. It's not doing something that appears courageous or cool or whatever just because you could do it and you're powerful. Courage is about doing something even though you are terrified in doing it. That is courage. done a lot of things that are rather courageous where it's really out of my comfort zone. And I put myself in situations where I'm willing to go all in to pursue things that I really am passionate about. And there are times where, like, I got a little bit overwhelmed. But at least I can rest knowing the feeling that, with the knowledge, not the feeling, with the knowledge that, like, I did that attempt. I tried to go there. I tried to do the thing. And even though it didn't work out, at least I could give myself a pat on the back that I gave it my shot. And I think that is the kind of mentality people should try to have. Try to do it. See how it goes. You could be wrong. It may actually work out. Alright, last but not least, follow darkness like a dream. Master your fear. Explore your shadow. The darkness is sacred. The night holds beautiful secrets. There is a unique healing quality to the cool light of the moon. One cannot fully appreciate the day without the profound renewal of night. Devotion to life is not complete without devotion also to death. Instead of chasing happiness, frivolity, and light, try following darkness like a dream. Revel in the velvety texture of your sadness. Breathe deeply into your foggy loneliness and discover a certain pleasure in letting your painful feelings flow. The night does not last forever, after all. Its unique delights are but passing through. Seek and enjoy the aesthetics of the dark. Wear or decorate with dark colors, moody styles, and gothic imagery, or incorporate them into your artistic medium of choice. Play or listen to music that is mysterious or even macabre. I've been doing that. I've been doing that lately. Value not just your dreams, but also your nightmares. There is a vast resource of power hidden in your fear. Turn towards it, not away. A reoccurring nightmare, much like a persistent worry, is an opportunity to practice mastering and moving beyond your discomfort and dread. Be willing to look fear in the face again and again for as long as it takes. With each jolt of terror you lean into, your fright will diminish and your courage will steadily prevail. Similarly, your sensitivity can feel like a burden when you feel the heartbreak of the world. But when you learn to hold that pain and be with it, your spiritual wisdom will deepen and your psychic and intuitive abilities will increase. You can't outrun your shadow, and you can't heal everything or eradicate everyone's suffering. But when you gaze with clear eyes into the dark, you will discover a portal to power. Relax into darkness, flow with it, follow it like a dream. Okay, so there is a wisdom here that most Westerners don't take into account, and this is kind of like showcased in the D&D stuff too, with Saloon and Shar. Nighttime is not inherently evil. Okay. Nighttime is not inherently evil. It's just simply when the sun goes down and the moon goes up. There's a lot of nighttime predators that will hunt for animals. Sometimes we are one of those, that go out in the night and hunt and do what we need to do to survive. And sometimes at nighttime it's a little bit scary because, you have to watch out your tribe or your people, make sure that they're safe. And it can be a little bit anxiety ridden if you are chosen for nighttime duty. But inherently, it's not really an evil thing. It's just a cause and effect of the sun going away, or at least the earth turning away from the sun, just for a little moment. And it's a good time to like rest, recuperate, enjoy the quiet, as everyone settles down for the night. It's not inherently evil, okay? Evil is about going out of your way to do harm. That is evil. Going out of your way to do harm to others for whatever motive or reason. This isn't doing harm. This is conquering your fears. This is working with your shadow self. The parts of yourself that you are ashamed of, that you need to examine and reincorporate into yourself. This is about it. This is also understanding the cycles of life, death and birth and rebirth and death, the cycles. Like, we are entering spring again. We're seeing things coming back, like bulbs, spring bulbs are coming back. Grass is coming back after being buried by the snow, at least in these temperate climates. We're seeing that revitalization of spring in the northern hemisphere. So this is pretty fitting that we're seeing that revival, But as we're seeing that revival from like snowmelt and everything, we have this tendency of shunning anything that is negative or dark or like whatever as we turn towards the light, and tend to forget about like mortality, tend to forget about like hardships or anything like that. So in order to keep things balanced, in order to keep things balanced, you have to take in time and consider, the balance to the light here. Light and shadow, light and dark, that type of thing. Sunlight and moonlight. Those are not inherently bad, okay? And they're not inherently good either. It's just simply nature being nature. And if you want to examine it, if you want to explore it, it's allowing you permission to do so. Explore and face your fears. And a lot of people have a lot of fears about mortality. And that's one common fear most people have. That could be one thing you could explore and, stare it down and deal with it. Come face to face with it. It could be other things that you're afraid of, that like the spooks come out at night, the skeletons in the closet come out and dance. You could take this literal or metaphorically, but take some time to examine it, look into it, and, revel in the beauty of it. What is the beautiful side of this? In a way of like giving you strength to face it head on as you face these fears. So this is kind of like talking about goth culture, a little bit, or at least giving you permission to like explore goth culture. A lot of goth people deal with, mortality, life, death, rebirth type of thing, especially the death part. Things do die. You had to deal with, the good and the bad, what we consider to be bad. It may not be as bad as we thought it would be. So that's just what it's exploring here. If that resonates with you, take some time, think on it. How would you go chase darkness as a dream, or follow darkness as a dream, as a word? So Okay. So I think that's all I could say about that card without repeating myself. Um, I hope these messages help you all out. I think overall it's just encouraging you to do some self care, conquer your fears, do things that you would love to do, but it scares you a little bit. But just go and do it anyway. You don't have to know everything to do it, and it's going to be okay. Just do it and face your fears. And I think that's the overall message from these four cards. So I hope that helps everyone. And we will get through this, one way or the other. There's going to be a lot of adjustments everyone has to do. And if you have to do something to keep you and your family safe, please by all means do it. Don't stay put if you have to. There's no shame. There's no shame in taking care of yourself and your family. But that doesn't mean that it should stop you from doing something that you love to do. By all means, go for it. Go chase your pursuits. So, I want to thank everyone so much for chilling and vibing with the stream. For YouTube people, thank you so much for watching if you made it to this far. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. And this coming Saturday will be more Final Fantasy IX stuff. I hope it will be good weather this coming Saturday, and hopefully it will be a longer stream. I'm just going to take a real quick look here. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be good on the weather, so hopefully a full game. Dealing with that Burmecia tunnel, and hopefully we could combat all of that. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope y'all stick around for next time. Please take care of yourselves, and be kind to yourselves, and do stick around, whatever you do. Okay, see you all later. Bye-bye.